Bom dia.
Good
Vamos começar
morning.
essa manhã de hoje gloriosa. Todo mundo já correu um pouquinho aí nas filas.
Let's get started. There were some
Agradecer aqui
queues
todos os
outside,
nossos
and I'd like to
nossos
thank our panelists for their presence.
secretária de Meio
Marília
Ambiente de Minas
Carvalho,
Gerais, esse estado
Minas Gerais
maravilhoso.
Secretary for the Environment. Minas Gerais is a lovely state
Sempre
that
faz um
sets a good
pouquinho falta lá
example
Minas Gerais.
for the rest of the
Agora, eu
country.
falando aqui por Goiás, estamos querendo
And
partir
I'm
aí
from
para
the
o nosso
state of
happy hour, que
Goiás,
sempre é importante. Quero
and I
cumprimentar
really
aqui
like the
a
example set by
Marina,
Minas
diretora de
Gerais. We also have the
sustentabilidade
president of Marina
da
Negrisoli,
Dia. Marina, Maria Júlia está aqui hoje.
director of
E também
sustainability for
temos o nosso
Suzano,
professor Renato
and
Seaman,
Professor
coordenador
Renato
do
Seaman,
Laboratório de
coordinator of the
Sustentabilidade
Environmental
Ambiental
Sanitation
da
Management
Universidade Federal do Espírito
Laboratory
Santo.
at the
Vamos
Federal
trazer aí
University of the State of Espírito Santo.
muitos vieses, e o nosso painel hoje vai
So we're going
falar
to see many
sobre
different
isso. Então,
perspectives in this panel
vamos fazer um grande
that
apanhado
will
aí
talk
sobre aquilo
about
que
the role of urban and rural
sobre a nossa
waste
legislação
in
de
GHG
descentralização do
emissions in the
saneamento.
Brazilian Cerrado, the
E
Brazilian
também as
savanna.
coisas
And so we're
funcionando,
going
como que a gente
to
pode
try to
avançar e como nós
understand
podemos contribuir uns com os
the
outros.
current situation
Nós
and
vamos
how
ter
we
uma manhã bem
can
dinâmica,
move
como semana
forward
passada.
and help one
A
another. We're
palavra
going to have
hoje
a very
vai ser para
dynamic
Marília,
session.
depois a
I'll first
Marina,
give the
e
floor
depois
to our
teremos os
female
nossos homens, lá
panelists
por último. Dessa
and
vez nós
our
vamos.
women panelists, sorry,
Eu costumo dizer
and then
que a Marília deve concordar
to
comigo, a maioria das
Renato.
mesas que a gente
I
vai
always
ter
say that
aqui é homem hoje, então temos essa realidade
most
aí
panels
começando um novo momento nesse nosso
are
mundo do
mostly
executivo.
made up by men, but that's not the case.
Fala um pouquinho para nós, a gente vai fazer uma dinâmica aqui, cada um vai falar um pouquinho, depois a gente vai abrir aqui para o
So
público para perguntas, se for o
each
caso,
one of
e
you
a
will
gente
have
vai
some
estar
time to
aqui
make
fazendo uma
your
conversa bem tranquila,
opening
bem
remarks,
depois
and
a gente.
then
Então
we'll
vamos lá.
open for questions and answers. So Maria, the floor is yours.
Bem, bom dia a todos e a
Good
todas.
morning, everyone. First, I'd like to greet my friend Andrea and the states of Minas Gerais and Goiás have many similarities in their biomes, their land. And I always tell Andrea that the actions she's been implementing in her state are very inspiring. And I'd like also to greet the other panelists and compliment the Consórcio Brasil Verde for the effective and productive participation at the COP28. It's officially formed now, and it discusses an important agenda for the Brazilian climate situation. We're going to talk about solid waste today, but focusing on the biome of the Brazilian savanna, the Cerrado. So I'd just like to put this into context. And the governor of Minas Gerais always likes to tell people that Brazil is not just the Amazon. Of course, the Amazon is an important biome, but we have other equally important biomes in Brazil. And the connection between the Brazilian savanna and the Amazon is water, because they many springs come from the Cerrado, and we also have rainforest in our area. But going back to the Brazilian savanna, today it is a big challenge for states where this biome is present is illegal deforestation. The Brazilian savanna plays an important role in Brazil because major rivers, well, we're famous for being the spring of those major rivers. And one of the impacts we've been noticing already is the reduced disponibility of water all over the country. Even the Amazon had a really serious drought this year. So considering the Brazilian savanna, in the climate agenda is critical. In Minas Gerais, we launched in 2020 the Race to Zero campaigns, and we updated our inventory and identified two major challenges in terms of greenhouse gases emission, and the major sources are use of soil and livestock farming, and the second is energy. And we have been working with other states where the biome is present. Andrea is part of this effort to revert illegal deforestation. And we're very happy to be here. And we're very happy now because there were data about deforestation published in Brazil, and in the Brazilian savanna, there was a 3% increase in illegal deforestation. And in Minas Gerais, I'm sorry, a reduction of 12% in deforestation. And when we do the calculations of emissions, and we see that we emit less than other biomes, that is all very well, but it's not all about emissions. And it's important to consider all Brazilian biomes. But now going back to the topic, which is waste, solid waste. In Minas Gerais, solid waste account for 5% of greenhouse gas emissions, which might seem not so significant, but our analysis has to go beyond percentage. We have hundreds of municipalities, and we are trying to close down 270 dump sites. So as well as the challenge of emissions, we also have soil contamination and water contamination. Andrea, in her opening remarks, mentioned that in Brazil, we have the new framework for sanitation, which determines that we should look for regional solutions. And we know this is the only possible way to approach the question. And managing solid waste is very important and involves lots of logistics. So when you work in scale with a group of municipalities, it becomes more feasible economically because we're talking about a country that has major budget challenges. And in the state of Minas Gerais, we had the first public consortium for that. We're modeling 5 more intermunicipal consortia for concessions for management of solid waste. And some of the municipalities involved are municipalities that have dumps. So in this process, you involve both municipalities that no longer have dumps and those that still have dumps. And I always say that's the end of the process, because when you look at the solid waste policies, we see that we need to work on the whole chain. We need to prevent generation, we need to reduce, we need to recycle. And we are also working very strongly with municipalities for sorting out garbage. And this is also an extremely important social agenda in our country. We also have the payment for environmental services for recyclable material collectors. So this means that we are also supporting these collectors in our state. So we pay based on the type of material that is collected. we understand that they are providing an environmental service by collecting these materials. And this is important even to ensure reduction of cost, of waste that is sent to dumps, etc. Another very important topic to be discussed here is the appropriate final destination of solid waste in our country. Our model is heavily based on landfills. Few of them use the gas produced for energy, and in the state of Minas Gerais, a law was approved that banned the burning of the waste. And in a meeting, we discussed the fact that no one is interested in burning anything that has any economic value, but we need to have a wider technological route when we think about management of solid waste. And the legislation only talks about burning, and so we have regulated other types of thermal treatments because there are others, and so that we can generate energy with the thermal treatment of solid waste. And we also did, in connection with the private sector, a system where we established a connection between municipalities and cement producing companies to replace fossil fuels with solid waste in their furnaces. So we call this program Minas Gerais Recycles Energy. We ran a pilot in the metropolitan region, and the results have been very interesting because it's a win-win situation. Recyclable material collectors associations win because the waste, what is left after they collect recyclable material, is sent to companies. It's good it's for municipalities because it reduces their costs at landfills and also benefits cement making in factories and reduces the emission of greenhouse gases. So I think this is a way to go. And we are talking about urban versus rural areas. And it's a challenge because we see that in rural areas, what happens to solid waste is that it's burned. And in the state of Minas Gerais, now when we talk about universalizing sanitation,
Universalização é área urbana
we make it very clear that that should include urban and rural areas. But it's still a challenge because of the way waste is disposed of. And we have Renato here in the panel with us, and we need to work more closely with universities to find solutions that take into consideration the reality of Brazil. And when I was studying, I participated in a research program that was very useful because it focused on developing technologies appropriate to our reality. So when we think about this huge rural area, Minas Gerais has 853 municipalities. So this partnership with universities to be able to customize solutions for each locality is very important. So those were my opening remarks. Andrea, thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you, Marília. I think Marília gave this conversation a good start. So now The floor is yours, Marina. Hello, good morning. I think it's interesting when you can hear many different voices and perspectives in a panel like this one. You see that the universities are represented, the state is represented, and the private sector as well. And I see in a country like Brazil, the solution to these complex problems will include an intersection between all these players. So I'm very happy to be here. I work for Suzano. Suzano, well, we have many natural-based products. We have a large planted area with 2.6 hectares in Brazil, out of which 1 million are reserved for conservation and restoration. We're present in the Cerrado, but also the rainforest, also the Amazon biome. And we're very proud of this aspect of our activities, of including conservation, protection against deforestation, which is very important also when we talk about climate. Use of land is something that Brazil really has to pay close attention to when it thinks about climate. So bringing the discussion to our topic, which is very important. We cannot ignore it the way we have been. So we see methane not being included in the debate. When we look at this global historic perspective of 1 degree of warming, and half of this comes from methane emissions, I think we cannot exclude that from our discussion. It's important in how we take care of waste. So it's important to bring this debate to this panel, also because methane has more than 80 times the polluting potential. So that I think it's worth to bring that to the discussion. And the issue of urban waste, most municipalities where we operate, because we have a very large operation, we have more than 300 municipalities, and it's a dilemma. Most municipalities, especially small municipalities, face difficulties in collection. There's not much capillarity. And when we consider the Brazilian savanna, because it's such a wide area with low populational density, it increases even further the cost of collection. So that affects the whole chain negatively. So we need to act there. We establish many partnerships with municipalities and local NGOs because it is a social problem. We cannot dissociate waste collection and management issues from this social aspect. Today, 40% of our waste is not appropriately destined, so we have lots of illegal dumps. We're talking about the Brazilian savanna specifically, but it's a widespread problem, socioeconomic problem in Brazil, because people who live near those illegal dumps, they face problems with health. So it is a public health care issue. It's an education issue. So it involves many spheres. Yes, it is an environmental problem, but it is also a very serious social problem. And at Suzano, we create long-term goals, including many of the topics we've been discussing here. And one of them is getting to 100 million people out of poverty by 2030. And many of these programs include the outskirts of these 300 cities where we operate. So there's an intersection with destination of waste, illegal dumps, landfills. So I was talking to my colleague here before the panel that unfortunately there are no projects that are economically attractive for the private initiative to deal with dumps. And so there's this point of intersection of programs of companies like Suzana that bring capital to be able to solve the social issue and the environmental issue. In our operation, we have industrial waste and the rural waste also. Because as you said, Marilia, people don't remember, because when we talk about long-term goals, we have also a goal of reducing production of waste by 70%. We have reduced by more than 60. So I think the big topic is reducing, 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 and then how we can try to recycle. In our Mato Grosso state operations, we are already at zero waste, both for the urban and the rural part. All of our waste management is treated within our installations, and we have developed local projects for reduction of waste, and what is left was destined to transformation in partnership with local players and university in fertilizers that we use in our operation in a circular economy. So we try to be a company that reuses waste and circularly and effectively. And this is interesting because in the specific case of Mato Grosso and Cerrado, the residues that we use to correct the acidity of the soil can be made available for other companies that operate in the region that go beyond our operation. So I think these are examples that when we pay attention to that, when we allocate resources and investment to that, it is possible to do it. So I bring this as a topic for reflection as a society and as private and public actors, how we can reach zero waste in our operations and benefiting the region with the subproducts of that.
Traz tema muito importante, a gente vai debater.
Thank you, Marina. This topic you bring is very important, which is participation with social responsibility. When the company goes beyond its walls, its doors, and really lends a helping hand to the region where it operates. I think it's an example that Suzano is setting and that is worth discussing, because Marilia mentioned that they still have in Minas Gerais 270 municipalities that still have dumps, and in the state of Goiás, where I am from, we have 96% of our municipalities that still have dumps, and we know how important these actions are. The Brazilian government is not able to do it all on its own. So when we bring this perspective of this approach of big companies that help structuring those processes, it's very good. And now I'll give the floor to Renato.
Oi. Então tá bom.
Hello.
Fica mais fácil. Primeiro gostaria de agradecer também.
First, I'd like to thank you for the invitation. I see how successful it is to bring together those different players, and like you've been doing at the consortium Brasil Verde, and it's a pleasure to see it happening. And I think that we are going to bring back many experiences to Brazil that will help in the activities of the consortium and help the country in general. I'd like to mention the importance of having here a member of the industry, of the government, and universities. I think it's just like you said, we see cases in Europe and North America that we see many successful cases of interaction. And when you involve the university, you have a long-term partnership. We're talking about 5 year initiatives, and this helps with one major difficulty, which is the fact that when public actors they change very frequently, because that's how democracies work, and it's all very good. The turnover is high in public players, so being able to give continuity to these initiatives is important, and it's something Brazil has to learn. When we're talking about waste management, with my professors, whenever we went on international missions, I saw that in successful cases, you had the presence both of the private sector and universities. And they had the same turnover in public power agents, even though they have more permanent institutions. But when you had the private sector and universities engaged, projects were successful. So this is the first success case that I would like to have here. So I think we should get over this idea that you cannot have partnerships between universities and companies. I think now we have more mature universities, companies, and government. And talking about treatment, I was talking to Marina before the panel about that, and reducing and neutralizing and compensating for the emissions of greenhouse gases emissions. This all starts in the generation of these gases, those gases that will eat up the ozone layer. And we notice we had in the treatment aerobic processes for I think they only produce some nitrogen gases, but it's not so frequent as anaerobic, where you have the production of methane, which is not the most prevalent, because you also have sulfur and other gases. But one of you mentioned that 60 or 70% of all the cost is not in treatment, but logistics. So when you talk about production of gas and choosing a more effective treatment, it's not worth it if it's not financially sustained. And there are other dimensions I'm going to include in my contribution, but I'd like to focus on the need to make it financially sustainable. And how can we make something cheaper if it's more expensive when compared to dumps, for example? One way of making it cheaper is bring it closer to generation, because if logistics account for 60% of the cost, you should bring technologies closer to realities, and that's where the consortia comes in. One form of doing that is establishing partnerships, and Brazil is learning how important it is to have this volunteer agreement that are consortia to reduce costs with displacement. And we need to mature in those partnerships to make sure that these investments are diluted, because they'll be divided into between more players. But I tend to say that we don't need technology because problems are not there.
Dominamos todos os tipos de tecnologia, mas elas
But by dominating other types of technology, they are not installed in our country because the problems are not in technology.
nós aqui no Cerrado
And here in the Cerrado, us there in the Cerrado, we have a very interesting characteristic. Dumps are not there for any other reason other than the difficulty of financing projects. These are areas that have a low per capita GDP, and it's difficult to apply any econometry in such vulnerable areas. So this is where I wanted to get. The theme of micro-regionalization, which is different from consortiums, is interesting because a micro-regionalization is mandatory, while consortia have a voluntary aspect. And often, consortia depend on political willing, and that harms the efficacy of projects. Micro-regionalization, on the other hand, it's very effective for the management of water, sanitation, and sewage, because it involves all of those related to that problem involved in resolving the problem or creating solutions. So we are in an area that is quite low income, and they can only take ahead these projects if they work together. And the Secretary of Minas Gerais and Goiás are showing how interesting and important these are. When I talk about technology, it seems like the executive power is a little bit more interested in that, but they don't notice that the problem is actually being resolved at management level. They would often come to universities and say, oh, I want a new tool, but that's not what you need. You need good management. I will, of course, provide a tool, but the problem is management continuity. I test technology often, and the political and normative dimension is an obstacle for these projects to go ahead. I heard Marilia talking about thermal treatments, and these are a good example of the legal and regulatory disorder in our country. And often, for example, garbage collectors that could be using this way of disposing in order to process rubbish, they can't because they don't professionalize, they don't train these people. And then you have a social dimension element. Of course, this gained a lot of importance in solid waste management, but the social dimension, if it's not related to a political sphere that makes it possible, it won't work. There is a very low value for recycling materials in our towns. So that won't work. The social dimension has to be side by side with the political dimension. We have to take into consideration the financial dimension as well. Municipalities have a very low financial sustainability of their systems. 40% is paid by what is collected, and the remaining comes from the public budget. So a fee or a tariff should be charged, but of course, a public-private partnership could subsidize this relationship. Now, to finish, I just wanted to touch upon education. The arrangement is not possible if there is no financial balance, because how can you discuss energy treatments if you're dealing with such low financial self-sufficiency? You can't think about a dump without any collection, any financial collection. Think about water. 100 years ago, we used fountains, and nowadays we have water inside our houses because they charge for it. Now, how you're going to distribute that to users when it comes to garbage? Well, you can discuss different modes. So going back to the technological side, no technology is going to be able to guarantee that something happens forever if there is no financial balance. Everybody believes that education is going to save everyone in terms of producing solid waste or getting to cleaner technologies. Of course, reduction has a long-term effect, and social environmental education reduced generation of rubbish and garbage by 4 or 8%. So education will not diminish generation in large scale. You gotta join that with technology. But education is useful to teach us to use equipment appropriately. The social environmental capacity building is interesting because it will tell you how to use equipment, etc. And any solution that we think about that, say, is more expensive and generates less gas, or is a bit cheaper and generates more gas, well, the ones that generate less gas, you need to separate it from the source, and social environmental capacity building is connected to that. Rudimentary treatments are more viable when you have a more selected sample of garbage. So capacity building in terms of social environmental aspects need to be seen as something that extrapolates the classroom. Education is a continuous tool that needs to be applied to citizens so that they learn to separate the rubbish, learn, pay for the treatment. We cannot use any structure, whether it's public or private, if there is no education. Even in Germany, if they stop talking about the appropriate use of equipment such as biodigesters, it becomes a mess. So we create this impression that Brazil is badly educated, but that's not the case. We just don't have social environmental capacity building technologies that are used as frequently as other technologies. It's not enough to just carry out a workshop or a panel to talk about this. Often you use like someone such as a clown to talk about this, and then for the rest of the year, you don't provide any training. So how will people understand how equipment works, what the payment's used for, if the capacity building is not appropriate? So whatever technology we decide to adopt and use, they will have to deal with all of these dimensions so that in the end, we are able to reduce, mitigate, and reuse the production of greenhouse gases. So Renato has made some provocations. So let's talk about that. I will try and use bits of both presentations and make a reflection. First of all, when we talk about solid waste and Cerrado, the Brazilian savanna, and we talk about nature as it is and things how they are in Brazil, your provocation makes us think about what model of country are we seeking. The day before yesterday, I went to see how Dubai resolves the solid waste problem. So half of the solid waste is burnt. They generate energy, almost 200 megawatts, something really powerful. But this is a solution that could be used only in São Paulo due to the amount of population. Maybe Belo Horizonte. But when we look at that, when we get all the rubbish and burn it, we think, is this the model of country that we want? And then I went to the landfill, which they call Green Mountain. So they create a mountain of rubbish there, and it has a green name that is gray, but never mind. So the first question we have to ask is, what model of country are we seeking? Because talking about education is very important. Waste has to be managed at the source. Our society generates a lot of waste, and they are copying from richer countries. And that's the reality. When we were children, we used to return bottles. They were glass bottles and they used to be returned. We didn't recycle them. We used to have that, and we don't have that now. We generated a lot less waste. Today, when we go to the supermarket, we come back with more packaging than what we need. So this is the first thing we need to think about. Second, we need to think about selecting. How do we provide education? And education is public policy. It's like the security belt in a car. You taught people, then there were fines involved, and you carried on with the campaign, because if you don't continue, people don't adhere to that. And we saw some timid initiatives. For example, supermarkets couldn't give away plastic bags anymore, and if they were given, they should use recycled material. So these were advancements. And of course, then we have to look at the other end, which is the final destination. We started backwards in Brazil. And in the case of Goiás, we have 40 municipalities with dumps. So if we look at the end of the line, of course there'll be problems. We have a lot of territory, a lot of land in Brazil, and that's different from Europe because they don't have a lot of land, so they didn't want to have dumps or landfills. But because we have a lot of land in Brazil, we didn't really think about it. Let's think about this from the beginning, whereas when we generate rubbish, then we need to start thinking about education, selection, public policies, and all the way to the end of the process. If we don't have a model, a country model that is clear, we'll end up burning everything. We will end up putting everything in a landfill. And sometimes you don't have money to have a landfill. You don't have money for logistics, and then you just have a dump. This is how we live today. So how do we think about a country model? Do we want to have a life that is more sustainable with less packaging, less solid waste? Or are we going to generate all this waste and then destine this waste in an appropriate manner? Because if we don't think about it, we are halfway, which is what happens in most of the municipalities in Brazil. I'm just going to bring these reflections because we need to be critical. If we come here and talk about more of the same, well, it's not going to help. We need to think about what we're doing and understand what path we're taking. And this is not a simple task, because from the generation of rubbish, that will depend on the industry, how public policies will guide this process. And when we talk about reducing consumption or guiding consumption, or somehow creating alternatives for garbage selection, this is not a simple process. We have to be inside someone's domicile to get into their hearts and minds. And this is something that the Brazilian state is not able to do. So how can we do that? Marília, you're the specialist. When I got here, Andrea and I hugged each other, and I said to her, we only meet each other at the COP, and we try to find time to talk a bit more, but we never managed to. I admire Andrea's work. Well, Renata, congratulations for your presentation. I'm here with our Vice Governor, which is leading our delegation, and I was listening to you and thinking about this. If we had a lot of Renatos in the Curator Council, our situation would be different. So congratulations on your presentations. Of course, we have a management problem and not a technological problem. We all know this. But I'd like to take a few steps back. Firstly, let's talk about environmental education. When I started working at the Secretariat 3 years ago, we had no environmental education policy structured in any way, so I decided to start that. So I told my team, think about something and don't come back proposing that we hug some trees. I am also a university professor, and I did a research project where we carried out an initiative of social environmental education with children and then measured the results in their home. So this was a master's research that only lasted 2 years, and we were able to have a 14% reduction of water consumption in these children's homes, and that was measured in their water bills. I then shared this experience with my team, and we structured a program called Jovens Mineiros Sustentáveis, and we have 240 municipalities with this program. We started with child education schools, public schools, of course, and we started this work that taught how to use water rationally. We then measured their water bills. Then we started talking about effective use of energy. And the third arm was the use of solid residues. And we wanted to work with children so that they would be the tutors in a culture of separating solid waste in their homes. And then after that, we wanted to measure whether anything happened. And this work has been so interesting because indeed, Andrea talked about this. This is a changing culture, and we need to work on the future, say, opinion formers, those who guide parents at home. Still talking about environmental education. A while ago, I was going to have a lesson, like a class, and I was teaching about Brazil's solid residue management in comparison to other countries. Solid residues in Brazil are about 40% of all the waste, and in other countries, it's a maximum of 10%. And that's another problem when we think about the whole chain. We like to analyze our problems in a segmented manner. We're talking about greenhouse gas emissions. We're talking about the need to produce food. We're talking about food security in a country where 40% of all household solid waste is It comes from households. In a country where you don't use rubbish to produce energy. And we need to start discussing this. Just one last comment, because I know we don't have a lot of time. Marina talked about this, and Andrea mentioned this. So what is the model we want to have? Minas Gerais has approved a very innovative law, which is the payment for environmental service to garbage collectors. Governor Romeu Zema in 2019 had a delay of payment to these people, the garbage collectors, that was 4 years old. Then we got into the pandemic, but we determined that we were going to pay everything that was delayed so that people had what to eat. And now we're up to date with payments. We live in a democratic country, and we hope that people can vote well so that we can keep good examples. But one thing that bothers me is the model that is based on assistance or benefits, so to say. I don't want garbage collectors to be garbage collectors for the rest of their lives. I want that we can hope that we can generate employment so that being a garbage collector is a stage in the inclusion of these people. They can't be like that forever. The recycling grant requires a pre-training work so that these garbage collectors can be professionalized, so that they can, for example, be able to list what they collected, how much they've collected. So it is important that we discuss this. In Minas Gerais, we are sort of in a semi-arid region when we think about water. So sometimes it's politically more interesting to keep social development to a certain extent, because if you advance more, and if those people emerge and gain more knowledge and culture, maybe that's not interesting in terms of what you want. And so this is a provocation that I wanted to make, but thank you for the opportunity. Well done, Marília. Marina, can you talk a little bit about the private sector? How do you see this link with education, schools, universities, public sector? So where does the private sector come in? Thank you, Andrea. I think a very important point was brought by Marília. We need to have a systemic view, because if we just look at problems in a segmented manner, we are not going to resolve anything, and the cycle is not going to be effective. I have some examples, but I believe that there should be first awareness amongst the private sector. Sometimes you can't blame companies, because often where my company is set and where my employees live, of course, that has to be part of a well-being and quality of life initiative. A lot of small municipalities that have serious public health issues due to an inadequate treatment of waste. And sometimes my employees live in that municipality. So companies have to be involved in their communities. And this has been changing in the past few years. And when companies notice that they are part of a wider community and they need to be part of the solution, that has made them create partnerships with universities and with governments. Often creating solutions. So it is part of companies' responsibilities to be an agent of change, of improvement, and often we make solutions feasible. Of course, companies can't be perennially responsible for these things, but we can structure, for example, recycling programs, because if you want to start from scratch, you need some money, you need education, you need to buy equipment for the associations. Sometimes you need to help in the management of associations, because if it is completely destructured, there is no idea of how to create an inventory, control the people that are doing the garbage collection, taking into account how much rubbish is collected. Because some of these associations, they go through a second stage where they walk with their own legs, and then the private initiative can remove their help and they can invest in another area. So the role of the private initiative is to be a catalyzer, uniting the environment, the social dimension, and the public sector, universities, trying to have a landscape outlook. You talked about a lot of European examples, and in Brazil, of course, we are a poor country. The environment will not be resolved unless we resolve the social issue. So we need to look at these things together, and private sector can be the catalyzer of solutions. Thank you for the opportunity. I really enjoyed the provocations. There has been a lot of learning here for me. Renato, I think you have the challenge to talk about this in 2 minutes, to talk about public management in Brazil. I think that the problem of how to resolve public management or public administration in Brazil is not something I can tackle in 2 minutes. But Marilia, I really like what you said about the presence of engineers working with environmental education. There are lots of researches where you interact and then measure. It is important that we measure the effects of campaigns. I have 2 PhD students and 2 master students, and they work with several social environmental education actions, whether there are door-to-door, science fairs. So we interact and then we measure so that we can have figures. I will talk social environmental education, a technology. We need to break down costs and productivity. So which initiatives allow us to reach certain results? While we treat environmental education as something intangible, it's not going to work. We have to invest there the same way we do with mobility policies, for instance. So I really enjoyed your example. We need to transform all of this into results. Andrea, if we have to resolve, for example, the methane issue, using the United States example, for instance, if we reduced whatever we waste, let's pretend that this was quick. Everything that is thrown in our sink is not going to be triaged. I've seen biodigesters and other solutions that are used in other countries. But if everything that was thrown in our sink was grinded, just as with the American model, right? That comes with a sewage treatment of 100% what is generated. Let's pretend this was possible in Brazil. That fraction that wouldn't be sent to a landfill would be then destined to a biodigester. And all of that would be transformed into methane because it would be in an enclosed environment. And of course, this is just a hypothesis, and a hypothesis of whether we could have this equipment. And this would be in a mechanic or biological treatment plant, or treatment of humid rubbish. Marina, you said that 40% of our waste is organic, but that also comes from, say, gardening, leather treatment. And this is possible to be treated, because if you go to any developed country, garden waste is collected separately. So dry solid waste goes to composting units where you can produce fertilizer, and that's a lot cheaper. But how do you do that in cities? Well, you need to send your material to the appropriate plant. If that is in the contracts, if that is broke down in the tender, well, you all of a sudden have 5 composting plants in some states.
So the state induces this need. So if we want to use kitchen management, we can use the humid bath on the biological way, but we can separate that in our city because it comes from mechanized collection. And even though we can invest a lot in recycling, the dry part of the waste will not mean a decrease in the GHG emissions.
Da emissão na indústria quando ele
It only includes that when it is brought back as a secondary material. So I need to close by saying that we need to urgently demystify secondary waste, because it's very difficult to get licensing for initiatives that use waste from the cement making industry. I've seen mining companies, for example, that have to call their business non-waste, because if they call what is left waste, they're not able to sell it, to reuse that. Europe has already demystified this, making the secondary income easier to license.
junto a 2 secretárias estaduais, porque
And there's a lot of complaint in industry to manage it outside of the company. And if we think about the fact that the solid urban waste is a small percentage of the whole waste, we'll be on a good path. Thank you very much for inviting me for this COP. Okay, great. We're closing our panel. I'd like to thank Marília, Marina, Renato.
Aprendemos muito certamente uns com os outros. Agora vamos tirar uma foto, né?
Bom, eu não fiz nada. Desculpa que
Bom dia a todos. É uma grande satisfação estar aqui com todos vocês.
Good morning, everyone. It's a great satisfaction to be here with you. I'm the executive secretary of the consortium, the Brasil Verde, Green Brazil, that has more than 20 Brazilian states as members, and our participation at the COP is supported by many players. And I'd like to thank you all for your presence here, for having accepted the invitation to discuss this very complex topic. And I'd like to thank Professor Renato Seaman, who specializes in waste treatment. He created the state plan for solid waste management for the state of Espírito Santo while I was working there. And he works with the sanitation and waste management plans for the municipalities in the state of Espírito Santo. And it's a great satisfaction to have you here with us today. And we also have Senator Fabiano Contarato, who's a brilliant senator who is very present in environmental initiatives. He is also from the state of Espírito Santo, which makes us very proud, because much longer before becoming a politician, he also had a brilliant career. So thank you for being here with us today. And we also have the presence of Liv Nakashima Costa, Director of Corporate Management at CETESB. CETESB is a reference for almost all licensing agencies in Brazil. It gives us great inspiration because the state of São Paulo, where it's headquartered, has great experience in this area. So thank you. We also have Evans from the state of Alagoas representing the state, and he's the executive director of the State Environmental Institute of the state of Alagoas, has vast experience with waste management. And I hope Alagoas will sign the protocol of intentions with us, and that we can work jointly. And finally, our professor of environmental law at UFPB and UFPE, two federal universities. And Professor, I'm very happy to have you here. And by coincidence, last night, a civil servant from my state wrote to me, and she is your follower, and she said, please take good care of our professor. And it's a great satisfaction to have you here with us. I want to get closer to you and your activities and bring your experience to the consortium. We know the challenge that this topic represents in Brazil. Brazil has more than 2,500 dumps, and the great challenge is to use new technologies, use the contribution of recyclable material collectors. But I'd like to hear from you, Professor. How can we at the same time ensure the participation of recyclable material collectors and implement new waste treatment technologies in Brazil. And I want to hear a bit more about these new technologies, because there is a discussion in licitation processes, and I think CETESB will help us a lot with that. Because sometimes it's difficult for us to using those technologies because we don't know what can be used for treatment. So Renato, I'd like to start from you. Everyone, each one of you will have around 10 minutes to make your remarks. And after the first round, I will ask a question and everyone will be able to answer. Professor, the floor is yours.
Oi. Oi, oi, oi. Posso pegar o microfone? Ok. Que já tá aqui. Bom dia a todos mais uma
Good
vez.
morning, everyone. Again, thank you, Fabrício, for your question. And I answer it wearing the professor hat, but also the hat of a coordinator of actions in partnership with municipal and state governments. And I've also participated in federal level initiatives. So I think it's a very relevant question that I can answer based on my experience. I really believe in shared solutions. We have to bear in mind that we cannot have a feasible solution that will replace landfills if it's not shared by many users. São Paulo is a big state, and the population is big, but they also are able to, they have a better buying power in São Paulo, so they can contribute more. But when we think about the Brasil Verde Consortium, when we think about waste management experiences and bring them to the consortium, we can come up with solutions that are appropriate for a specific region. And this is because we must consider that any technology needs to include how much money comes in and how much money comes out in the process. We know that funding is important. Brazilians, well, the money, I don't want to be controversial, I'm not saying the money should necessarily come from payment from domestic users, because people normally limit the debate to that. There are many other ways to go about their reverse logistics, and great companies that generate waste can also be considered, and also the healthcare sector. So you can include the road and air travel industries. But if we come to the point where the money is available, and I'm not speaking as a professor here, but what I mean is you cannot discuss technology if the money is not available. And imagining that you get that from taxes, municipal taxes, it's not realistic, because there are other urgent topics. And we'll be back to discussing dumps, because we are here at the United Arab Emirates and we see the investment capacity they have here. And when you compare these to other countries, when you see all the countries that are discussing possibility of new technologies and reducing or closing down dumps, we have to think about the financial aspect. If we understand that, then we can move on to the idea of looking at the systems that are already fully available to prevent waste being destined to landfills. And when we're designing the solutions of state or municipal plants, people think, oh, let's removing organic waste from people's homes. And I've studied that, and domestic or collective composters normally are as efficient as we imagined. But when you focus on residues from pruning, from gardening, from agriculture, livestock farming, when you do that, we will get a great part of the 40% Marina mentioned before. And you might ask, why choose this path and not focusing on organic waste from homes? Because that's already in place. And normally, if you do the maintenance of green areas, the work involves sorting garbage, sorting waste. What sometimes doesn't happen is destiny, taking that waste to the appropriate place. So this would mean 40% of the 40% mentioned by the Secretary of Minas Gerais in the previous panel. If we're talking about agriculture and livestock farming, because we know urban waste in the state of Espírito Santo accounts only for 70% of emissions. Agriculture, livestock farming, and other industries are much bigger emitters there. And of course, there is legislation for those players. There are goals to be met. And I think if you organize the industry well, it can work. And I think they want to comply with the regulation. So going back to urban solid waste and thinking about recyclables, we see that these materials are mixed, and being mixed, they have no market value. And without market value, you cannot recycle it, even if you increase the sorting. And if what you get is a material that is not really sorted, it has no market value. And if there's no market, it becomes a waste. And what you have is you have garbage that costs 8 times more than it would have with regular collect.
12 vezes mais caro dependendo do tamanho da cidade. Na nossa cidade está em torno de 4
Actually, 8 to 12 times more expensive. In our city, 4 times more expensive. So if you do this sorting not appropriately, the material is sent back to landfills. So that's why I see the thermal treatment with energy recovery not as the solution, but for all material, but the solution for those where money has already been spent and shouldn't be sent back to landfills. Of course, there is feasibility scale, but there are simpler treatments that have control of air pollution for smaller cities.
Essa saída para o rejeito, não encontrar o aterro para essa fração que já foi coletada.
I was describing the specific situation. Now let's think about the situation where there was the collection of waste, and this waste can be sorted and can be traded. When we say it can be traded, and maybe the senator will have something to say about that, but it's connected to the market value on that day and the extra payment for environmental services that can be made by the Brazilian government. But you can say that this wouldn't be ideal for the population because they will be subsidized. But you have many subsidies in other forms in our economy. Why not do that for recycling activities? And they're not getting paid because they are collecting recyclable material, but because they are providing the municipality with a service. I'd like to demystify this idea. This idea that they are relying on public money. No, they are providing a service to the country. Some municipalities pay 2 million reais per ton, and they want to pay 30 when a collector did it, not the official organs. So what I'm saying is that, and I say that after analyzing almost all of Brazilian cases, and using collectors is better, is more effective, and it's cheaper. And collectors know what to bring back to cooperatives. They bring back what can be sold. It's effective. When you have the municipality agency doing that, they just collect everything and put it in the truck. But what would happen is that collectors would get the money for sorting garbage, and they will remain in the market. So this brings me to the last part of our question. Of all that waste, only organic waste matters for greenhouse gas emissions. And the social element of involving collectors is great. I'm awarded prizes when I mention including recyclable material collectors in our initiatives. Of course, they had difficulty visualizing that. They were calling them scavengers, and I showed images to demonstrate their work, and they were really impressed, and they need systemic help to be able to do their accounting, their legal part, the administration part. And why do I say systemic? Because even if we can develop them as citizens, it's a fact that this investment requires systemic support that goes beyond the transactions that are done at the level of the municipality. So the support from the government needs to be systemic, and this means that the government will be saving money, not the other way around. It's seen as a cost, but it's actually an investment. And thank you for your question, Fabrizio, and I'd like to talk about to ask about your experience at CETEP, because when people say, "Oh, the waste to energy technology is not clean," I said, compared to what? Compared to landfills? If our legislations do not have standards for emission, we have that for water resources, we have that for all types of contamination. What we need to change that in our legislation to include greenhouse gas emissions. I've seen landfills that have drains with a huge distance between them. They were not planned to collect gas. Of course, if we compare it to hydroelectric plants, they are bigger emitters, the landfills. But if you compare it to other types, they're not. Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Now, moving on, I'll give the floor to Professor Dalden Farias, who's a lawyer. And my question is, how have you been helping mayors in forming consortia to close down dumps in Brazilian cities? And how has your Association of Lawyers, ANAMA, been helping in finding shared solutions? And how can you help with equipment installation and control of emission of GHG? Sorry. Good morning, everyone. First, I'd like to thank our dear Fabrício for the invitation, great all panelists, Yves, Liv, Senator Fabiano. I admire so much Professor Renato and all the members of the audience. And as Fabrício said, I'm a lawyer, a professor, and I am a lawyer at ANAMA. And so my focus is our municipalities, and waste management is a municipal issue. And today, with the National Policy for Solid Waste from 2010, that in my opinion is the most advanced law we've got. It's very well designed. Of course, it's not effectively enforced, but we are here discussing actually the effectiveness of this law. And this law has a strong social footprint, so much so that many authors call it statue of recyclable materials collectors. Because Brazilian environmental law has a very strong social matrix, so much so that Article 252 of Constitution considers environmental right as a social right. So we cannot historically separate those rights. The great contribution Chico Mendes made was saying that we need to have protected areas, but we need to keep traditional populations in those areas, differently from the North American model, which is removing people, displacing them, building a hotel, as if they have a different reality. So our objective here is inserting these collectors, 600, 700, 900,000, 1 million. It varies from one data bank to the next, but the idea is that we're always at a slow percentage when we look at it. So the appearance is that the structure that is set up to keep them at a low level. And this happens because of an economic logic of administrative contracts. So if you have urban collection companies that collect everything and put in a truck, dead dogs, this and that, they'll just keep on doing that because they make money based on weight of the material collected. So the logic is an anti-environmental economic logic. Administrative contracts of urban cleaning have to be redesigned. Otherwise, the national policy for urban waste will not be enforced. So those companies should help with recycling activities, reuse, and also rethinking. And they should make more money. That's the logic. It's the opposite of what people think. In most Brazilian cities, the tax is based on the dimensions of the house. So if I live in a huge house, but I do composting and I sort my garbage, I'll still pay a lot. If I live in a small house and don't do any of that, I'll pay little money. So that's what we're discussing: funds, loss and damage, carbon market. So this economic logic has to redesign these agreements to lead municipalities to work with a different logic. And of course, considering the ANAMA's role, because of the asymmetry of the situation in Brazil, you have huge municipalities that are very rich, small municipalities that are very poor, you have the intermediates there. So you need to consider each case. So there are some incentives, there are priorities in trying to raise funds for public consortia. And the best way, especially for smaller cities, is to share expenses, generating an economy of scale and solving the problem. And this will lead to not only environmental benefits, but also benefits when it comes to environmental tax or raising funds for the federal and state levels. So this should be widened so as to include all the consortia, because poor cities have no money. So the government needs to come up with policies, and the state of Espírito Santo launched a number of interesting initiatives where, in that respect, by with calls for tenders and calls for training courses and labs, which is one of the goals. One of the goals of our association is to offer a course to train municipalities in designing projects, because it's something they find it hard to do. They come in to us and say, oh, I presented my project, but wasn't able to raise funds. And especially mid-sized to small cities don't have qualified labor, and they are not even able to design and present a good project. It's not part of what they can do normally. So one of our missions at ANAMA, it's actually one of our targets for 2024, to create a training course for those cities. You're going to have a fund of billions of reals that will allow municipalities. I'm sorry, his mic stopped working. Municipalities will be able to ask for funds directly. So there's a whole discussion that we can have, and that even includes that interface with climate issues. And if you look at the state of Pernambuco, because I work in the state of Pernambuco and Rio Grande do Norte, and there was a city where the landfill became a dump, and the money they lost in environmental tax was more than they spent creating the landfill. So when they realized, well, it was more than they used to spend with the landfill. And now they try to revert when they realize that, they try to revert the situation. And this is another problem that we see in some municipalities. When they are located far from cities, you have engineers who would rather be in the capital city making half the money than being in those isolated places. Sometimes it's not a financial problem. Sometimes they don't have staff because they are geographically isolated. So there are many issues involved. There are, of course, the national policy for solid waste. It's a Sisyphus situation, because you're always rolling the rock again, but you have faced cultural difficulties. People say, "Oh, I won't be sorting my garbage because they don't do it at my city." Do it, please do it. It makes collectors' lives easier, and there's the cultural aspect. This needs to be cultivated, but I think the main point here is the economic efficiency of those administrative agreements for solid waste, which needs to be redesigned so as to include and give more priority to collectors. That's the main point, in my opinion. Of course, Belo Horizonte was the first capital in Brazil where you have the payment for urban environmental services, which is a very welcome measure. It's a valid measure.
And it will certainly help, but the economic discussion is a priority and has to be debated by municipalities and the society as a whole. The garbage issue is symbolic. If we start managing waste adequately, and that is seen on the streets and the roads, there is no better social, environmental, educational program. This will generate impacts and it will bring economic, environmental, and social effects. Because environmental policy is always a social policy. If it's not a social policy, it's not an environmental policy. I thank you once again for the opportunity, and I'd like to offer the floor back to Fabrício, thanking you again for the welcome. And I'm sorry if I went beyond my time. It's a very instigating theme. Very good, Professor. It's excellent to listen to your contributions in dealing with the municipalities, and I consider myself a municipality defender. We talked about this. In our state, we have 100% of the municipalities taking part in this initiative, so it is with great satisfaction that I invite you to see our experience on the ground. Vitor Anecchini is here as well. Just wanted to mention that he's from the Brazil Clima Center and he's a supporter of the Green Brazil Consortium. Thank you very much. I would now like to offer the floor to Liva Nakashima, who is the Director for Corporate Management at CETESB, and you must all know CETESB, which is a treatment station company in São Paulo, and they are a reference. And I will talk about the greenhouse gas escapes in treatment plants in São Paulo. How has São Paulo treated landfills, and what have they been suggesting to avoid these emissions, and how are they dealing with humid waste sites and landfills? And in the same question, I wanted to ask, what are the new technologies that São Paulo has been licensing in waste management? I'm sure this is something that everybody's curious to hear about. Thank you. I thank you once again for the invitation. It is an honor to be discussing this subject with you all. Talking about the technologies, that's where I'd like to start. We've seen that here in Dubai, there are lots of waste energy solutions. Someone talked about the financial viability of these solutions. But just to say, in São Paulo, we have 2 energy recovery plants in São Paulo. However, the financial viability wasn't worth it. Our energy production is a lot cheaper and our energy mix has a lot of advantages. So the energy cost is a lot lower for example, hydro than it is for waste energy. So the financial viability of the technology has been a challenge for our reality. However, the technology itself has been assessed by CETESB for some projects that weren't executed, and we understand that it is a very advanced technology. It complies with the emission standards, the effluent standards, and it requires strict and continuous monitoring so that we can assess its efficacy. But in terms of technological viability, yes, it has been approved and for the whole state of São Paulo. Now, talking about emissions and its monitoring of emissions, The state of São Paulo performs a monitoring of the main emitting activities since 2012. CETESB has made a management decision to require from the main emitter sectors, because these are licensed activities, so they are obliged to send their emissions inventory. Because these licensed activities are industrial activities and highly emission producing, there are some sectors that are more relevant than waste management. In the state of São Paulo, about 11% of emissions, greenhouse gas emissions, originated in landfills. And within that, we have not just solid waste, but also effluents. So within this 11% rate, this is not as significant, but in 2022, within the list that is required to present their emissions to CETESB, waste management as well. So since 2012, we have all this data. Our main challenge is to receive and then assess these data. We have a database since 2012, and today we're going to be launching our interactive dashboard demonstrating these inventories from 2012 up until 2021. There has been an assessment that was carried out for that period. I think that São Paulo is one of the states that has the longest history per sector. We know the emissions of each sector. And as of 2022, we are going to encompass landfill data as well. And that will inform public policies. To have the best public policy possible, we need these data. Emissions in landfills and the methodologies to measure the emissions are international, and they're based on carbon emissions, but methane emissions are a bit more complicated to measure. So as of 2022, we are now receiving this data, will assess the quality of these data, and then that will inform public policy. The state of São Paulo has a map of those who are already burning biogas to generate energy. This is something that has been broadened over the years. In new landfills, this is mandatory. And in old landfills, we are performing an adaptation. Now, talking about the private sector and the production sector, solutions are better financed. So there are other alternatives for sugarcane, for example, where they work with composting. In the state of São Paulo, the sugarcane processing plants carry out a lot of composting. And this is something that CETESB can contribute with, because we can help with seeking better technologies for the final disposal, making better alternatives feasible, comparing advantages and disadvantages of disposal in landfills and other types of treatments, such as energy recovery. We are able, at the same time, to demand from the licensed activities to be responsible for their own solid waste or otherwise disposal. And in 2016, a new law was sanctioned, and it provides for waste management in large events, because a lot of these events generate a lot of recycling waste, and that is interesting because it makes the large generators accountable. Those that have a bonus for that activity, they have to deal with the burden of waste that is generated. Our challenge, therefore, is to make large generators accountable for their waste, and CETESB has also worked a lot on reverse logistics. Since 2012, we have inserted reverse logistics into our licensing. We have robust data in this sense. In 2022, 277,000 tons of waste were inserted into the reverse logistic chain in the state of São Paulo. So this is a complementary action to reduce pressure on landfills and should be considered, therefore, as an alternative. Thank you. Thank you, Lívia. And I wanted to say that through the consortium, we'll start a discussion about technologies and environmental licensing processes for each state. CETESB might be able to clarify for several states what is the most appropriate alternative. You are the reference that we need to level this up in Brazil. Senator Fabiano Nicarato, thank you once again. And I have a question for you. Recycling as a means to favor collective selection and zero waste are also an educational tool to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. What are the highlights in terms of bills that have been discussed in the Congress and in the Senate? How have you worked in relation to this theme in the state of Espírito Santo through your mandate as a congressman? Good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank you, first of all, for the invitation. And I would like to greet all of my panelist colleagues, and I'd like to greet all the women here present as well. I would like to be clear when I speak. I don't get tired of speaking about the fact that we need to be always challenging the status quo. This is what motivates me to be in the politics. When you asked me why the Brazilian state stimulates certain sectors so much, and here I will mention it publicly, the agricultural sector, the pesticides producers, and they provide fiscal exemptions, for instance, but they make a category invisible on the other hand. They are being criminalized. They criminalize poverty in Brazil. The Brazilian state criminalizes the color of one's skin. That's why there is no interest in promoting these policies. And I would like to go back to legal matters, historical matters. When we talk about human rights, this is a group of rights that every person should have, regardless of their race, color, ethnicity, religion, origin, or sexual orientation. When these human rights, which are called natural rights, when they are made positive within the legal organization, they become fundamental rights. And Brazil provides for this in its constitution. These rights are for every Brazilian person. If you think about Article 6 of our constitution, it's been there since the 5th of October 1988. All of these rights are provided for. Rights to dwelling, to work, to hygiene, all of the social rights are provided for in our constitution, but they are not implemented. Now, thinking about that, I'd like to go back to 1979. Carol Vazac, who was inspired by the principles of the French Revolution, created first generation human rights, second generation human rights, third generation human rights, and there are those who say there is a fourth generation of human rights. And amongst these rights, there are environmental rights. The Article 2025 in the Federal Constitution is clear when it says that we have the right to a balanced environment. In the third paragraph of the same article, our Constitution has been innovative, and it went ahead of several countries in the world by providing for accountability for companies. Criminal accountability generally is only applied to individuals, those who had an intention to produce a result, or those who were neglectful or imprudent. So our Constitution consecrates the right to a balanced environment. It also consecrates the possibility to criminalize and penalize legal entities or companies. This criminal responsibility was rectified through the third article of one of our legislations of 1995. And then we have to consider that within the criminal responsibility that companies are liable to, and a lot of municipalities are committing crimes under the Article 54 of the environmental law when they pollute. And that could lead to fines, could lead to being arrested. So the state criminalizes poverty and the color of one's skin, but there are no public policies to give a livelihood and a voice to the profession of garbage collectors that do a lot more than a lot of governmental companies. What I've been trying to do in my mandate is to transfer funds to some projects. This is not the focus, of course, but it's an important point. I have transferred more than 30,000 or 30 million reais to municipalities, because this is where the reality of this population is actually taking place. And this is where we have the garbage collectors and where they work. So here in the COP, yesterday, we've approved in the Senate Bill 2245, which determines the implementation of programs for garbage collectors to all states, providing for the institution of cooperatives so that they can be autonomous, both from the economic point of view and social point of view. For the first time, the Brazilian state is shedding some light on this segment that does a lot and protects the environment a lot more than a lot of bodies that are part of the Brazilian government and that have that function should be preserving the environment, but it is the garbage collectors who are actually doing this work and effectively preserving the environment with a lot more responsibility.
Esse comportamento do
So
Estado
the behavior of the Brazilian state, well, I'm proud to say that, of course, the process of making this segment invisible takes place on several stages. I had to force the statistics department of Brazil to count people in a situation of street dwelling. Because how are we going to create public policies for that population if they are not counted? So IBGE now counts this population. The law, Father Júlio Lancelotti, forbids hostile techniques to keep street population away from public structures. So these are measures that rescue the dignity of human beings based on an assumption that is sacred and is under Article 5 of the National Constitution. We're all equal under the law, regardless of race, ethnicity, color of skin, sexual orientation, or deficiency. It is very easy to use this article to say something, but it's hard to put it into practice. I was never a politician. I was a police constable for 25 years, and I was a professor, and I taught law at university. And as a police constable, I've been a witness to the criminalization of the color of skin and the poverty. If you think about people who are in jail, they are poor, they're black, and they're illiterate. When the main crimes are committed by politicians, because when a politician steals from government transfers that was supposed to be applied in health, they're killing thousands of people. I come from a poor family. My father was a bus driver, my mom was illiterate, and I am one of 6. I've always gone to public schools. But if it wasn't for the quota system, a lot of people from my social class would not go to university. What are we doing to guarantee that to the entire population? We are the ones, we the politicians, should be interacting with our main, the main people we should be addressing, which is the people. And we are here to represent those who voted for us. My dear Fabrício, in my first 2 years of mandate, when I was the president of the Environment Commission, I visited Mato Grosso do Sul to get to meet the Guarani Kaiowás indigenous people, and they've been absolutely decimated. It was a true genocide. What happened to the Yanomami people, I had already whistle blew on that as a senator. We are way past the time. We need to demand this. And I would like to do a mea culpa. I am a politician now. I am a senator. And I would like to make myself humbly available to all of you in order to help implement and diminish this gap between the millions of poor people in Brazil and those who have the money, which are such a small group. So I'm here to put the Article 6 of the national constitution into practice. We need to provide rights to education, health, dwelling, leisure, social security. We cannot criminalize poverty and the color of skin. We need to have as a motto the constitutional premise that we're all equal under the law. Thank you. Senator, it's very inspiring to listen to you. I have been following up your work since you were a police constable, and the seriousness with which you've conducted your professional life has led to the mandate as a senator, and it is worthwhile. Thank you very much. My dear Yves Leão, I am counting on Alagoas in this consortium. As and then how does the Alagoas Environmental Institution deal with garbage collectors? Do you have a cooperative system? Do you have an association system? The senator brought some good news with the approval of the bill, right? That is going to go to the president. So how do private companies support these initiatives in your state? Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Fabrício, for the invitation. I greet everyone that is in this panel. I'd like to give you a little history. Alagoas is one of the smallest states in Brazil. It has 102 municipalities. And in terms of solid waste management, the state level government approved a state level solid waste management. It was a participative plan that involved the civil society, private sector, and we elaborated some diagnoses in order to be able to evolve at that point. This happened in 2015, and I was the Secretary for Environment of a municipality in Alagoas called Arapiraca. And one of the missions the mayor gave me at the time was to do one thing: close the dump and insert garbage collectors in cooperative organizations. I took on that mission. The state of Alagoas only had one landfill in the capital city, so all the other municipalities used to have irregular disposal of solid residue, solid waste. So after the plans were elaborated, we then started designing municipal consortia because we all faced the same challenge. So we created 7 public consortia in Alagoas in order to be able to perform the solid waste management. Resources were sent from the federal government, and we then regionalized this process. The private initiative, considering everything we did, decided to participate and created the landfills to offer this service to municipalities. And I've been working in this area now since 2013, especially in waste management, and I see no other solution other than including the private initiative. The public sector itself cannot operate a landfill within the norms that are set out. So this happened in Alagoas, and in 2007, Alagoas has closed down all of its dumps. There are no dumps in Alagoas anymore. We have 5 landfills. They are regionalized and they cover the municipalities. The public power and the consortia supports the logistics, and it created the green ICMS, which is some sort of value-added tax, and municipalities are incentivized to create conservation or preservation communities, and then they are paid for the correct disposal of waste.
So this is part of the green tax of the municipality of Alagoas, and they are, I think just 30% are compensated for garbage sorting and collection, because we have municipalities that are very small involved in the project, and the generation of recycled material doesn't make this implementation of garbage sorting feasible. So this is a need, and we're working on that with the support from federal government at the level of municipal consortia, trying to involve more vulnerable people who are not participating in other economic activities, so they can provide the service. And the consortium sends the recycled material to be traded. And with the Secretary of Labor, and the federal government, in the scope of the program for collectors, we have been structuring cooperatives and providing them with equipment, material to encourage and mobilize recyclable material collection. Certainly one of the major challenges of national policy is including these collectors in its policies. We are no longer damaging the environment with irregular waste destination, but the environmental damage of having many people in these cities who could be providing the service and reducing the amount of waste sent to landfills is not an area where we have made much progress, even though we no longer have dump sites in the states. The waste policy is a dynamic thing. We need to persist and take care of it daily. And one of the items that need to be worked on is the social aspect. And it's a difficult thing to do. In my municipality, Arapiraca, we have 250,000 people, and the greatest change was being able to mobilize collectors in associations, because there was a lot of resistance on their part at the moment in accepting training or signing, becoming members. So I think one of the great challenges of municipalities, as well as licensing and issues and policies, I think we need to insert them in federal programs. And as Professor said, without funding and without subsidies, this will not be possible. And I think we didn't move forward a lot because there are no subsidies for the enforcement of these policies. Thank you, Ivens. Your remarks were very good. I'm curious to see her reality there and talk a little bit about our experiences, and maybe we can contribute with one another. And I think Professor Renato present here can be very helpful. How much time do we have? 5 minutes. So let's move on to final remarks, 1 minute each. Okay, just briefly then. It's very important that we have the universities here, the legislative branch represented by the senator, the executive with surveillance and control agencies and the city secretariats, and also a representative of municipalities. And I'd like to bring something that I find very interesting to this debate, which is the difficulty of offering services with administrative contracts instead of, for example, a utilities company that can bring technologies and be productive and work in partnership with the regulating agencies. Just the other day, I was talking about the potentialities, because Brazil has been encouraging that. The state-owned bank Caixa Econômica was trying to help the organization of consortia for microregions. But if you look at water and sewage, we can see that there are great lessons to be learned that, and because I participated in many projects all over Brazil and know how these utilities companies work, and I'm also a municipalist, but when you have small, tiny cities, it's different from the situation of São Paulo, Rio de Janeiro, where you have more access to funds. I think you have to be organized around a micro-region and use concession-based contracts. The interest you get when you buy equipment in the scope of an administrative contract is much higher than a 30-year contract. So there are many other elements that add costs to cost spreadsheet when you have the participation of a utility company. And the other day I was talking to people who talk about waste management in the city of Espírito Santo, and I said, you can have even collect dry materials. If that is possible, why not having a network of collectors? Because if it's difficult to connect municipalities and collectors, I could create in a micro-region something for collectors, and this would be forming a network with legal entities. And you may ask, what is the advantage? It's the budgetary advantage. You wouldn't have to wait for the municipality to subsidize it. You would manage a system independently. So, Senator, I would like to create the first concession for the metropolitan region of Espírito Santo, but we don't have administrative capacity of this 35. Give them 35 million a year and you find your administrative capacity. Thank you. Later I'll talk about a similar experience I saw elsewhere.
Ele no final. Minuto. Ó.
1 minute, please. Live. Well, people talk a lot about the state of São Paulo and its potentialities, its capacities, but we also face difficulties. We have hundreds of municipalities, and some municipalities generate less than 50 tons of waste per day. So we also need to municipalize solutions, and we already have a program that is about to be launched to support municipalities. So this project that was designed to improve the waste management is through consortia. So I really believe that's the way to go. So it's the protocol of intention has already been signed to come up with projects that bring new technologies with the same logic of reuse, recycle, trying to implement these new technologies as a consortium, because this will allow us to dilute costs. So I think the challenges are huge. So congratulations on all the states and municipalities that are able to do that and reduce the amounts and close down dump sites, because it is a great challenge. if it is for the state of São Paulo, let alone to other states. So we have lots of budget, but we also have lots of waste. Thank you. I'd like to thank Fabrício for the invitation by the Brasil Verde Consortium, and I'd like to say that Governor in the climate change agenda launched a call for tenders, and one of them will be exactly working with traditional communities and reuse of solid waste. I think we have to include garbage sorting and the work of collectors in all of our agendas. I'd like to thank you again for the invitation and highlight the fact that of all public policies, the environmental one is the one that requires the cooperative federalism more intensely. In the case of solid waste, even more so, in my opinion. So most cities need the state, need the federal state government, need environmental agencies, need the funds, and an important player is the office of the state prosecutor. So in the states of Pernambuco and Paraíba, it was very important to do that because some mayors, for political reasons or specific reasons, they don't want to participate in a public consortium. And that's where the dialogue, interaction, and the help of the state prosecution office is very relevant. So Congress, people, everyone is involved in this act of the civil society, and it's a full exercise of cooperative federalism. Senator, I'll try to be brief. I'd like to thank you. You've seen the technical bit, but I'd just like to say that I'm passionate for human beings. And one of the greatest virtues is being humble, and one of the worst is being vain. And I'd like you to share with you some poetic words about time. So I'm going to recite a poem by Mário Quintana that says, life are homework we have. Before we know it, it's 6 o'clock. Before we know it, it's Friday. Before we know it, it's Christmas. Before we know it, the year is over. Before we know it, no longer know where our friends are. Before you know it, we've lost the love of our life. Before we know it, 50 years have gone by. Now it's too late not to be approved. If I could have an opportunity, I wouldn't look at the watch. I would keep on going and not worry about time. I would get hold of all my friends and tell them that they are extremely important to us. I would hold my love and say, I love you. So I say, don't stop yourself from doing something due to lack of time or to be with someone you love. The only thing that we'll miss is time that unfortunately will not come back. We close with those lovely words, and now we're going to take a group picture.
Bom, boa tarde, todo mundo.
Good afternoon, everyone, or good morning, depending on where you are. I see many friends in the audience. Otherwise, we'll be speaking Portuguese in the Brazilian pavilion. So you have a panel made up of friends, really. It's a great pleasure to be with you, Marcelo, Ana, José, and Leo. And today we'll be talking about how we can scale funding of nature-based solutions in Brazil. Brazil is, I think, the country with the greatest potential for nature-based solutions in the world, but we have a panel of experts here today, and we're going to be talking about how we know about the great potential we have and can offer as an important global solution as part of the targets we're discussing here of raising the ambition to be able to reach to what the Brazilian government is proposing of 1.5 degrees increase, but we still find it hard to scale funding for those initiatives. I think we've seen some important experiences that show what's possible to do what hasn't been possible to scale so far, but also a reflection about what we've been trying to do together. So without further ado, I'd like to start from you, Marcelo. My question to all panelists will be looking at the issue from different perspectives and thinking about what needs to be done to scale funding. Why do we find ourselves in this situation of having this huge potential but not being able to reach the scale we would like of investment in nature-based solutions?
Hello?
Okay.
Hello.
Bom, eu
Thank you. I would start
que é preconceito.
with something that people don't talk too much about, which is prejudice. The way I see it is that the financing sector doesn't get what nature is yet, and it sees it as a complicated investment to invest in nature. And the word complicated and complex are not the same. They're very different because the financial sector is very used to complexity. They do hyper trading and lots of things that are complex. They have models, metrics for that. However, when you bring nature to the negotiation table, the idea is that they either don't have the systems or the data, or there's no verification mechanisms, and these complications, quote unquote, don't are a bit disheartening to investors. And the other aspect, I think, that are metrics and data. Now we have a high number of initiatives involving metrics and methodologies, and I think we should try and consolidate that. Instead of having 13, 14 examples of different possible approaches, maybe we should narrow down to 3 or 4 that would become standard. And I think this effort we see today of DNFT, DSFT, is moving in that direction. However, looking at it from a risk perspective more than an opportunity for investment. So I'm not even going to talk about the fact that carbon credits get in the way of conversation. But the fact is that for nature-based solutions, we have a new beginning and new opportunities. And the last point is looking at the institutional and regulatory frameworks. And I think it was designed considering carbon, not nature. So I think we need to adapt and innovate. And I think Leo from Santander will give examples showing that from the point of view of investors, there's intentionality, but it's difficult to have this regulatory framework. the markets of agricultural commodities, 4.3 trillions, with another market of 5 trillions. But we're talking about a huge opportunity in terms of market size, but nothing will come of it if you don't have a favorable environment for that. Thank you, Marcelo. I'll soon give the floor to Ana. Ana, you've got your headset on, right? But I think basically what you're saying is that the importance of taxonomy and removing some of the complications in showing what nature-based solution mean and what and the regulation. Anna, I'd like to know a bit of your perspective, because you were a practitioner of that. How do you see the scale issue, some of the structuring of chains of making demand happening?
Eu vou pedir desculpas, vou falar
I'm going
inglês.
to
I
apologize.
apologize because I'll be speaking English because it works better for me.
I've been working on the sort of nature-based solution for way longer than I want to admit. So now I work at Chatham House. I do research on how do you mobilize investment for nature-based solution, and also how does that link to bioeconomy, which I will touch on. But I used to work for FSC. I also worked in IFC to do due diligence on forestry. And I do think, just to pick up on Marcelo's point, you know, the nature conversation has always been intrinsically linked to the climate conversation. There's like, for too long, it has been two separate conversations that now need to be connected. And the point is, yes, there is complexity around nature, but there's also a lot of track record. If we take the nature-based solutions, a very, very broad sort of definition about conservation, restoration, and management, right? And when I would also take the restoration as a broader sort of restoration, reforestation. So there are, so on the spectrum of conservation, natural forest management, to the other end, which is sort of plantation of forest, this is where you have scale, right? And this is where Brazil and a lot of places around the world, that you have the lessons learned on scale. You have the lessons learned how timber investment vehicles know how to do due diligence, how do you manage the risk around it, and how do you ensure that you're bringing the long-term cash flow for that investment. Having said that, where you want to move forward is take those lessons learned in terms of the scale for mobilize that money from the institutional investment into forest investment, and then add the social and environmental benefits out of it, right? So you almost like you have to take the scale for a lot of really amazing small projects that delivers all the social environmental benefits, and then you take all the sort of the plantation large scale and then add those, you know, social environmental outcomes, and then they can move together in terms of scale. And then especially when you link them up, you have a landscape approach that will deliver the multiple benefits, and then you can add the layers in terms of cash flow, right? The layers from the cash flow from the products, and then you can add the layers of cash flow from carbon credits or biodiversity credits. I just want to put that for us to think about.
Muito bom. Então, o ponto de dizer que, na verdade, a gente tem que olhar que as soluções baseadas na natureza são diferentes.
Nature-based solutions are indeed different, and some can be scaled up from the economic point of view, and some can be combined. That is a very important point there, having a landscape approach and how we can look at bioeconomy, restoration, and a combination of that. Now, I'd like to offer the floor to our friend Pubas. A few weeks ago, some that here were there as well, we were discussing with investors, banks, funds, and some individuals that actually tried to finance and innovate nature-based solutions. And based on this workshop, there was a very strong message that the risks related to nature-based solutions are not internalized by our financial system, and we find it difficult to innovate. And because you've innovated a lot with these instruments, so can you talk about this? How do you see the possibility of scaling up? And how can we innovate more from the financial point of view when that doesn't happen yet because of regulation or other factors? First of all, Can you hear me? I'm just hungry, sorry. Well, thank you for the invitation. I can't complain as JGP.
Basicamente, não tem muitos
We've
outros
been able to expand because we don't have other competitors. So it's not a real expansion. I agree with Marcelo. We have very little incorporation of risk matrices in nature-based solutions because it feels like we are financing a lot as financial institutions, but we are investing in the little that is out there, in the little that is able to be bankerized. When we look at the scale challenges for the capital markets, they are very different than the scale that banks are expected to have. The capital market has a very clear cap, which are the fund mandates. When I capture my resources, I need to talk to my investors and I need to talk about the type of investment, the exposure to risk. And if I want to change my mandate, I have to call all my investors, my quotists, and etc. So if you can't do that, you have to create another fund. What about that fund? Well, you have to continue to operate it. And this is a very difficult cycle. So when we look at the majority of the international funds, there is a limitation of mandates because they do not apply to the reality of emerging economies. And with all of that, when we consider the CPI research for the change of use in soil in Brazil, I do recommend this study. It is in English. So if you can't read in Portuguese, there is a version in English. There were, on average, 25 billion reais are invested in this, and 15 billion comes from the domestic private market coming straight from capital markets. So even with all of these limitations, we were able to have an advance in Brazil to finance these solutions. Now, the main bottleneck, and I believe the mandate bottleneck might be resolved, but then we have the struggle to operationalize nature-based solutions because the capital market depends on more consolidated institutions. Small producers, they can't access capital markets. They can access banks, but not capital markets. So the sophistication of companies such as Innovas, Proterras, they will be critical because once the capital market learns about this, they will have somewhere to invest because we might reach the frustration of having more capital than an available market. Excellent. Scale is not just related to capital, but also you need a value chain for the investments to take place. It is interesting to show that the capital market in Brazil is more innovative than that one from abroad. And this is a good question for Leo. How do you see scale from the point of view of a bank? Pulga was talking about international funds. So how can we have a conversation with these international resources and combine them to our resources? I've been working at banks for 2 years and I've become a banker in the past 2 years, but I have an environmental conservation career of more than 20 years. So I wanted to talk a little bit about my experience in trying to bring this agenda to a commercial bank such as Santander. To complement what Marcelo was saying, I think that the challenges we have is that nature-based markets are not mainstream. And this is a complicating factor for more banks to finance nature-based solutions. We can't get scale if banks are not in this mix, because they are the main capital detainers. If the market is not mainstream, there is a lot of friction in this market. It's not a complete market. It's difficult to put a price on these assets, and there is an unalignment between demand and offer. We lack basic infrastructure, the enabling conditions, the regulatory conditions, so that banks that are highly regulatory entities will invest considering the risk of these new sectors. So the secret is how to recce the system almost, so that banks can have a different outlook on this type of asset that is emerging now and that has an incredible potential. Banks need to create the capacity to provide something a bit more tailor-made, more customized for these sectors that are emerging. Otherwise, no banks will prioritize a nature-based solution, because banks are like car assembly, commodity companies. It's production in series. It's very quick. It's very dynamic. So we need a dedicated unit to build the financial solutions that are necessary to move on these investments in nature-based solutions. That's why we created a department for sustainable environmental solutions, so that the bank can come in at an earlier step in the process when those activities are not mainstream yet. Of course, there is the availability of commercial capital, whether internationally or internally. There is no problem in terms of not having capital. The challenge is different. We need to have the capacity within the financial institutions to deal with the complexity, the emerging markets. There's no point just affirming that you're going to do it and believe that you're going to fulfill. That's not going to happen. You need to have internal capacity. It is necessary to think about risk frameworks, which is something that we are going to look at now. Because if we look at a nature-based solution within the traditional bank frameworks, it wouldn't go through the first filter. So it's like going up the Everest. There is a lot of work to be done in this sense in order to get the necessary approvals, because banks are going to compare this transaction with dozens of others they're more used to approving. So there should be a change in risk frameworks. That doesn't mean taking on higher risks, but just having a different outlook, a different perspective. We also need to create capabilities and have an M&A with technological companies that are in this space. We partnered with ICAMO that provide assistance to companies who are decarbonizing. That way we can internalize this know-how. Another theme that is not related to banks is de-risking facilities, which are essential. These operations generally involve more risk, of course, and you talked about blended finance, and it is essential in this sense. We need a much higher catalytic capital than what is available. We work miracles with what's available, but these are small volumes, and they are linked to so many criteria that it's very difficult to connect that with the needs of a project. So the community that is offering this type of capital needs to reinvent themselves and offer more flexible capital focused on the outcome of projects. For example, the reduction of emissions, as opposed to I only provide long-term financing, which ends up making the ecosystem very with very little room to wiggle. We have a lot of startups and cases that were born in the past 2 years with scaling business models. There is a lot of bioeconomy businesses, but we need some that create a pipeline that is able to absorb this commercial capital that is arriving. In the past 2 years, a lot has happened. We have restoration companies, agro, forest companies will need to accelerate these success cases. Well done. So yes, we have to act as incubators. And some points you raised, I want to take to the next round of questions. For example, the lack of real guarantees that we have for this type of investment, the returns that could be interesting, but it takes years. So long-term payback period, CAPEX is quite high at the beginning. For restoration, for instance, the forest is not a guarantee in the first 3 or 4 years, and then when you lose resources, it's a total loss. So several obstacles are on the way. They're not traditional. So how can we catalyze these blended finance enterprises? So I'd like to start with Marcelo. Are we talking about a regulatory sandbox for blended finance? And how do we articulate a conversation between international and national? We know that there have been experiences with funds from abroad. Could you talk a little bit about regulation in this context and taking into consideration what Leo just said? I think a good parallel that we have is what happened to the central banks when they decided to move, provoked by a G20 meeting, and allow for climatic disclosure to be something in the bank reports. TNFD is now a tool to pull the market in order to have this nature disclosure. In the private sector, we have examples as well. I wanted to talk about the sovereign bonds for Uruguay, and they connected their resource capture to their NDC. And they said, if our deforestation rate goes up, I will be penalized in 30 points. But if it goes down, which is what I'm trying to do to fulfill my NDC, I will receive a benefit of 30 points. But it's not just deforestation. It's an improvement in pastures to benefit biodiversity and the reduction of methane emissions in livestock farming. When Uruguay created this package, they were imagining a capture of 1.5 billion, and they ended up capturing 5 billion. And then Uruguay watched the new Marfrig goals for 2025, and they said, why don't companies create an instrument whereby they can capture credit nationally, that is with commitments aligned to the NDC, and that would then connect the private sector and the public sector. So the state of Uruguay is offering complete traceability, legislation to control methane, and legislation to control deforestation. So the regulatory framework is an enabling environment so that the financial products can have somewhere to act. We don't need for public banks or multilateral development banks to do things first all the time. They might just create a favorable context so that the private sector is then pushed in a good way, but pushed for business that is truly positive for the climate, nature, and people. Thank you, Marcelo. Very good, because we're not just talking about regulation. It has to do with incentivizing via public policies, goals, and the dialogue with the private sector. I think this is very important. Anna, a little bit from your side, of course, Leo talked about the landscape. So how do you see the monetization issue? You talked about the fact that it's not just carbon emissions. We have to include climate and biodiversity to the same standard. So how can we monetize? How can we promote the financing on nature-based solutions?
This is where I want to connect a nature-based solution or nature finance discussion to bioeconomy. And I know that in Brazil, there's a lot of debate about, socioeconomia, the industrial biotech economy, and there's a bioresource one. But I think I want to sort of enlarge this debate, since we're in a global discussion, which is the demand, right? The current demand and the future demand. Because the bioeconomy is a complete transformation of your economy. So it's not only from the production side, it is from the demand side as well. And one of the things, Michael's sitting there, he's our research, we have a research partnership with there, which is we're trying to understand if we're to deliver all the commitments that we have for net zero and conservation of biodiversity, the transition to a bio-based future is a necessity, right? We will have to completely transform our economy, which is not fossil fuel based, and it has to be also circular, right? It's like, what's the point of you creating bioplastic that you actually can't deal with the waste? So it's like a completely reshaping and rethinking about the economy of the future, which is circular, bio, and also have to be regenerative, right? I just want to put there in terms of the level of ambition. And then we think about then, what are the different sort of pathways to get to this kind of bioeconomy where you have the connection between the production, where Brazil is a big player, right, because of the land and availability of resource that we have, the capability to process these feedstock, and then where the demands are. And when I place the demand, I want to say the demand in 3 systems, right? It is the energy system. So we already know how to do the decarbonization of an energy system. There are lots of challenges, but the technologies are known, right? The pricings are adjusting now. There's a debate right now here at this COP about decarbonization and the sustainability of food system. We also know how to do that. What we're still trying to figure out is how do you decarbonize the material system, right? How do you make it renewable and recyclable? And the material system is everything. Is like, how do you substitute the plastic? How do you substitute the material, the building material, right? We know that from all the projections of by 2050, we're going to have 2.2 more billion people living in this planet that will need infrastructure, that will need clothes. Are they going to use material and from a fossil fuel based one or a bio-based one? So when I think about, when I want to challenge all of us, when we think about bio-based or bioeconomy, that's how we should think about it, right? And so when we think about, and it also requires this integration of the value chain, right? So from the production side to the processing side and from the demand side. I just want to place that in terms of the collective challenge, but also the collective opportunity when we talk about bioeconomy and when we talk about financial sort of investments, because the signals from the demand side is where it's going to give you the cash flow certainty, right? So just want to place that for us to think about sort of the collective challenge and some of the cool things that we're doing in terms of innovation scanning. But we can talk about innovation in the next round.
Muito bom. Então, justamente essa questão da monetização.
Great. So monetization doesn't necessarily include only the biodiversity value or the carbon value, but the value of products. And how we encourage not only the value chain and funding, but also consumption. It's very important to do that. So access to markets and being able to create standards from the demand, but also see the opportunity. Also in international trade, Brazil has a great potential, going back to what we said at the beginning, to be a major exporter of nature-based solutions. We could and should be scaling our move back to bioeconomy as a way of promoting our economy to generate income and value. And of course, a part of that means accessing international markets. But there are many barriers, as we are discussing here, where we need to include the buyer, as Ana said, the value, how it can be monetize and taxonomy, as Marcelo said. And what about the structuring, the finance structuring point of view? How do you give scale and this maybe pent-up demand that we're not being to respond to? Well, I believe this answer will also talk a lot about nature-based solutions. And I'll show you where the final answer to that lies. We can only be happy with the scale we want for nature-based solutions in Brazil, considering the great amount of natural capital we have when Brazil becomes a nature-based economy. When we take that leap, this should just be the way of doing things in Brazil. Then we'll reach a scale that will satisfy us, not because we are too greedy, but because that's our natural vocation as a country. And when we look at chains, especially food chains, non-timber forest products, the demand is very clear. When we have a regulation in Europe that bans the purchase of material that are a result of deforestation or similar actions, we can transition production chains to meet the demands of the international market. But we see a reduced participation of international buyers in the transformation of local value chains. And this is a problem because when we observe the increase in legal suits against companies that are practicing greenwashing and other offenses, there's extra pressure on buyers regarding the production chains they buy from. And when we look at the same study and we see that the funded volume, the volume paid by producers is 2.4 billion, and we look at the volume that international corporations invested in Brazil is less than 300 million. So you see national producers are funding the transition of production chains. There's an asymmetry that needs to be urgently overcome. And when we start looking at the role of corporations, well, this is essential in structuring the solutions. You say, I need a real warranty. If I have good AAA companies agreements, I will have a reduction in that. Oh, if I need to have more operators, more aggregators, I'm sorry. Production chains are natural aggregators based on commercial interests. I need cash flow with a long-term contract that makes it possible. And answering your final question, what about FX, volatility of the Brazilian currency? Oh, there's a great solution, $3.5 million. Excellent. Is it enough? No. But if you look at the agreements with Brazilian commodities, they have been dollarized. There's a natural hedge in these operations. So Brazilian legislation allows me to register a part of our operations in a foreign currency. So these difficulties are no longer that. What I think we have to do is to have a very clear dialogue involving commercial chains and financial chains, and this is not happening, but I'm optimistic. More and more we see that finance corporations are doing that and turning their own trade agreements and their own chains in financial products. And I think this, when it happens, this will be the most disruptive movement that will unlock funding for nature-based economy. Great. So buyers should also be involved in the negotiation and the warranties. So now I'd like to see a different perspective, because we're talking about chains where we sometimes have to fund small producers and set up a structure. And as you were saying, the capital market looks at bigger opportunities, but you also have small farmers, small producers involved in this chain. So how do we do that? I'd just like to add something to something Ruben said, which is, well, I agree with you completely, Pugas, when you say that these companies should be the anchors to this operation. And we've been discussing that along with a lot with companies that have a net zero commitment and making sure that if they to do that, they'll have to have skin in the game. Because for a bank, it makes a lot of difference in order to, when they carry out credit risk analysis. So you have someone responsible for responsible commodities facility, which was a pilot that we did with Agritrace and Rabobank, I'm sorry, to create that revolving credit facility of 4 years for soy, free from deforestation, free from conversion in the Brazilian savanna, which is a very important biome for Brazilian biodiversity, but that doesn't get the same PR as the Amazon. And the three main British supermarkets joined as co-investors in what we call the subordinate quota, the one that gets the blow first. If there is delinquency, they are be the ones covering that. So they also accepted a smaller interest rate. And so they were able to meet the volunteer commitments they took on of reducing deforestation. And it was very interesting to do that. We're working with many companies in the soy and corn chain in order to make it grow 4 times and offer it as a way to meet regulatory requirements even of the EU. And we also did a different initiative that was a small 17 million reals project, which is much below the minimum of the bank. And it was the first for the second for the bioeconomy of the Amazon. It's small, but with a high impact because it focuses on important cooperatives that are important as aggregators and startups, which is the case of Bioterra. So we reached 22 bio businesses aiming at impacting 4,000 small producers of timber and agriculture and forest systems. Even though it's not our core business to work with small producers, with this innovative structure, we were able to do that. So in closing, I'd like to say that our soy was dollarized, but was already in dollar. The first was a pilot. So you also have ways of dealing with that. And it's excellent as an experience because how we can scale that is a question, because it has the bundling advantage. You can operate with many beneficiaries. What's interesting about these agreements that we call CRAS in Brazil, they're multi-annual. The one for bioeconomy, it's 3-year, and for soy, 4-year long. So you don't have to wait the 4 years to make money to access capital. You can increase it during the implementation. Well, about funds, we know there's a new regulation. And how do you see that along with those certificates, these agribusiness receivable certificates? How can we improve it even more, to scale even more? We have a new regulation in Brazil that are giving more clarity and transparency of how we can operate. The issue of carbon credits hasn't been pacified yet. It will be, but it's currently complicated to put carbon credits in a fund. It's not negotiable, makes it less attractive, which means lower cost, worse conditions. But democratizing access to the capital market, both to emitters and issuers, will have a huge impact. But the thing is that our models, when you deal with the way our funds are structured, is very peculiar. Brazil is very peculiar when dealing with international partners. Our regulation is very peculiar because there was, for example, an article published in an international press vehicle talking about Brazilian mechanism for funding deforestation measures. And in Brazil, most of the action against deforestation happens via the CRAs, the agribusiness receivable certificates. And what the article said is that the deforesters use a hidden mechanism, like a black box, that no one understands how it operates, and it's not true. So I think the next step, people are not familiar with that. So I think the next step we should take to attract international attention, I think we have some detail. Internally, I think this has been solved, even though we face some challenges in retail. But internationally, what I think we have to do is we'll need to educate the international market about how we operate, because you're not changing the way we structure the Brazilian financial market because someone from abroad doesn't get it. Let's make it very clear. And internally, I think it's about introducing players that, because of legal insecurity or regulatory barriers, are not participating. And then I should mention philanthropies that should be included in blended finance projects. We have a lot of regulatory insecurity that must be overcome, not so much from the legislative point of view, but from the executive point of view. So I think these would be the three major steps that would allow us to receive more funds for these operations. So incorporating ecosystemic systems in the fund, especially carbon credits, which will be happening starting from carbon. Exactly. Second, better education about what investing in Brazil means to international investors, and more openings to new partners and investors, especially philanthropies in a blended finance model. I think you brought up something important, which was kind of understood, which is a lack of understanding of what a KPI is, what environmental impact is, and the danger of bad PR for a business that is starting, that is still very incipient, that has an important social aspect, which could be very damaging, because the reaction of private sector could be, I'm not going to put my money there because I don't want to run that level of risk. So because we're talking about philanthropy, Marcelo, how do you see the role of philanthropies in this type of discussion, both on the risk aspect, but also in trying to help showing that they can have sound business here and reduce noises in communication, which could have a really negative impact? Well, I think we're well past the phase of funding dialogue. And the reason why I'm saying that is because I know that I've heard this expression, financing dialogues, ever since I was born, practically, because we should have quality dialogue. And I think it's time for us to set an agreement, especially as we're talking about scaling nature-based solutions. So we should have an agreement in Brazil on how we Brazilians want to have this conversation. So I think the first challenge that must be overcome is understanding the new reality of indigenous and forest communities and the role they play as active players in keeping the forest standing. with nature-based solutions. Because today what you have when you have a biodiversity or carbon credit system, the big concern that is present is that these peoples are not called to the discussion. They might be consulted towards the end of the process, and then they find it extremely hard to understand what the agreement sets forth. And once the agreement is signed, I have nothing against lawyers, but most 60 or 70% of the amount ends up in the hand of lawyers. The second greatest share to investors and very little to communities. So they become more interested in illegal activities. So this dialogue we're talking about needs to have a quality of listening and understanding, but from the private sector perspective, these conversations that we're having about the use of the land, etc., they also mean a dialogue about how are we using this land for energy or for food production. It could be the case that you cannot produce or cannot grow food in that land, but it lends itself brilliantly to restoration and to make a forest alive again and meet carbon emission targets. But because we don't have a seamless dialogue, we cannot do that. So if you think about illegal gold mining, you know what happens. Society loses, nature loses, because it's destroying systems that would be very helpful in reducing our emissions. Especially, we lose national sovereignty. And I'm bringing this to this discussion because in the past, we used to say that the biggest threat to Brazil was having international capital coming in and taking over. Capital is taking over of nature today, but it's the organized crime, as we call them. So if we want to have a dialogue and make things happen, the civil society needs to be qualified and understand that we are at a different level. I think government should have this level of dialogue and legislation and take it to another level, and the private sector as well. And we have great examples of what I just mentioned, but the normal average practice is mediocre. And this means that investors will look at it and say, it's a risky environment. We are the Brazil risk. We are defining how big it is. Thank you, Marcelo. Excellent point. Ana, you said you were going to talk about innovation. Maybe you could talk a bit about this aspect of innovation for scale.
Reinforce the reputational risk, because I think being Brazilian, I've been living outside of Brazil for 14 years, and what is talked about Brazil is only about deforestation. Brazil should be much more than that, right? And then I think the phrase that the Minister Isabella says that the Amazon puts Brazil in the map and it takes Brazil out. Amazon puts Brazil in the world and it takes Brazil out of the world. It's also in our collective responsibility to evolve how we talk about Brazil. Yes, accountability, transparency, implementation, but we need to be able to reinvent ourselves to say, what is it that Brazil has to offer? Because it contributes to reputational risk and it makes investors shy away from putting money here. So I just want to reinforce this, because like we talk to investors outside and they're like, I'll invest in Brazil, but no money in the Amazon, because even if I have a project on the ground, I'm going to have the NGOs like bugging me, and then there's like too much exposure, and I don't want that. And that is completely counterproductive to what we're trying to do. I just want to put that as a Brazilian sitting there completely anxious when I hear people talking about Brazil. So now around innovation. It's just my anxiety as Brazilian, especially the last 4 years. The previous president. Just on the innovation side, and then sort of around the opportunity and how we can sort of think about Brazil and how Brazil can move into this transition, which is an economy based on nature, right? One of the things that we've been sort of thinking about is thinking, and also to Marcelo's point about the land use, right? Let me just think about what is the best way to build this conversation on innovation, and then to link that. So I made the point about nature-based solution and how thinking about bioeconomy, but a much enlarged conversation about bioeconomy is what's going to bring the cash flow, right? So now the question is, do we understand where the current demand and the future demand are? And what's going to shape the demand, right? So one of the things that we're trying to sort of wrap our head around is, what are the innovations out there? So we're doing a scanning of what are the innovations out there in the food system, in the energy system, and in the material system that are going to shape how these future demands are going. And that will also have an implication on what kind of resource do we need, right? What kind of land, what kind of material, what kind of water, and all that. So I think that the one when we think about innovation is the innovation that are now shaping the food system, how they interplay, for example, with the feedstock that will affect, I don't know, a certain use in the material. So if you have one of the examples that Michael keeps on telling me, like the algae, if you give the cows algae, how does that mean? What does it mean in terms of energy use, methane emission, and all of that? So this is what we're trying to understand, so that we need to be able to see the interaction between innovation and demand. But more importantly, the question that I want to ask is, we understand innovation purely from sometimes from a purely technological innovation perspective. What I want us to think about is also innovation, sort of non-technological innovation, right? Around business models, around financial innovations, about structuring of financial instruments that can mobilize the funding into the projects that we care about. And I really like your point about that the supply chain, the production supply chain needs to talk to the financial supply chain. Right? And I think that's where the different kind of innovation needs to happen as well. So I just want to sort of underscore the role of innovation to shape the demand, which can shape the kind of bioeconomy we have, which then can drive the scale that we need and the speed of transition that we need.
Thank you so much. Obrigado. E agora, Léo, passar para você mais uma vez, e depois que eu passar para o Léo, eu vou passar mais uma ronda aqui e já vou provocar cada um a talvez tirar aqui um pouco uma mensagem cada um sobre o que realmente a gente precisa fazer junto, então.
And so now I'll give the floor to Leo and see about what we can do, because I think this is the beginning of a conversation. We're all helping each other here, and I think there are many people here in the audience that is trying to help. How do we work together to leave here with some very concrete proposals? You mentioned some, and we also talked in our event about the regulatory sandbox for the economy, etc. So I think there are opportunities we could consider.
Santander está fazendo. E eu achei
I'd like to talk about the innovations the Santander is implementing. And so could you please contribute with the experience you've been having, especially in these last 2 years? Well, I mentioned 2 structures that to us were very innovative that we now want to escalate. We got control of Way Carmo, which was a big transformation for us, because our vision was to be the bank of choice of our clients who are looking for financial solutions to decarbonize their chains. And for that, we need this technical body that is able to help them in this journey, helping them with the emission inventory, with a software that allows us to manage information about their emissions, and finally defining priorities that each client has to focus on, and to see what are the main themes they need to focus their actions and investments to be able to reduce their profile of emissions. So the fact that we created a sustainable innovation area is a great innovation to the bank. There's no bank in Brazil that has what we have. We have a completely dedicated team that will really bring these technologies that are not mainstream to the bank. Think about financial solutions that are sustainable, and also work on the level of ecosystem, which to us meant moving out of our comfort zone, because banks all often look inwardly and to their clients, they don't look outside. That's the opposite of what we're doing. And all the structures we created are collaborative structures. And Responsible Commodities Facilities has a CIM coordinating the initiative. Rabobank, they invested in the Copaceni, Agrotrees, 3 supermarkets that joined with the junior quotas, the CRA for bioeconomy, developing all the technical assistance of cooperatives, selecting out of the 300 cooperatives, the ones that are more mature and able to get funding for a bank to prevent delinquency and establish a track record to receive more funding afterwards. Gaia with securitization, Belterra receiving a good part of the research resources. So we need to work together.
This is the message for me. We need to have an ecosystem outlook, because even though we are a large bank, we won't be able to be bold sufficiently in this space. We'll have to gather strength, and we'll need to think outside the box to design structures that comply with the client's needs. So still asking you a question, just to conclude the panel, what do you think could be done in the short term? What is an important challenge that we should work together? You gave us a few important examples of creating an ecosystem, have pilot projects. How can we go from pilot to full scale? My dream for this year is to choose 2 or 3 bets. These are funds that we're going to create, large funds that will cover certain needs. An idea that we're starting to create with some partners is a regeneration fund. It will be based on several products, several theses, and we will then bring the investment from several sources, so we can have this catalytic function. I've been dreaming about the creation of a fund of funds. You create several smaller funds, and then you have an umbrella fund, and that will help you access institutional investors because the capital volume increases. So I want to create one fund. It's obviously very complex to implement, but one fund with several theses, so that we'll have to work together with several partners, including some of you. And then we start changing the game, because it won't be a $50 million, it will be $1 billion. 1 to 2 the following year, and we can scale it up as we're able to form the people who are going to work with implementation. We don't have a lot of companies that have pipelines. We're all betting on the same. So on the few ones that are receiving investments, they cannot fail. We need to bring others to this arena so that they can evolve their business model and create a track record so that they can grow and catch up with those who are ahead of the game. So this is an ambition from Santander. I hope this goes ahead, really. Pulgas, you talked a little bit about some areas. How is it possible? How is this going to happen? What can we do in the short term? We're going to help Leo work in a fund, so what can we do? Blended finance, regulation, what can be done? I think there are so many low-hanging fruit and so many advances that are close to us that will probably take the next year. In this past 2 years, a lot was created, a lot of operators were born. I wanted to recognize Matric and how they advanced in terms of deforestation, and the solutions can be very close to the traditional corporate world. there are cases at the moment. We didn't have any before. And we know that the capital market is very good at copying things. If someone's doing something right, everybody wants to do the same thing. So we need to focus on pilot projects that are sizable and are able to be copied, so to say, not even replicable, but able to be copied. From the company's point of view, and I am putting a lot of responsibility on large corporations because they are the innovation instruments. I would like to use a little analogy here. The COP is the best time of year. This is my Christmas. I love the COP. But one of the things I love the most is, well, it is chaotic. Food's generally not that good. It is good here, but what I think is wonderful is to see 100,000 people who came from all over the planet with their own way of dressing, their mindsets, their religions, their ideology, to discuss one theme. And this is so powerful. It's huge. But within this, each one has their own perspective. We have a faith pavilion that really touches me. And within the concept or within the metaphor that I wanted to use, each one of us thinks that we see God, but actually God is a multifaceted diamond and we see different perspectives. And it is the same thing with nature. As investors and as companies, we need to see nature in our own way. Nature as technology, nature as innovation, nature as infrastructure. And this will make sense to our business models. And we will carry on walking. We won't be more right or more wrong than our neighbors. We're going to be looking at this diamond according to our positions, according to what we can do. And we won't expect others to do something that we should be doing. Instead, we should learn with others and collectively work on this. So I think next year, Brazil is going to be very representative. The Brazilian culture is not, we complain a lot about life, but the culture is a culture of mobilizing, building. We are very curious. And we're going to have to work together on this. We'll have to work on a collective curiosity to include nature in our business models. I think this will be very interesting. We'll have a fund, several business models, nature as infrastructure, as technology. Let's continue like this to have this ambition in the next 2 years. I would like to hear from you, Ana, from this international point of view. What is the next opportunity? What is the challenge for the medium term?
I really want to leave this COP, or over the next couple of 2 years, to really understand, like, climate change transition also means nature transition, or what. So I think this is my immediate sort of, like, if we can leave this place thinking that climate is and nature is the same thing, right? I think that's one thing. And another thing is, as a Brazilian who doesn't speak Portuguese as well anymore, publicly, privadamente eu falo super bem, mas para falar em público não flui.
When I speak privately, I speak well, but not publicly.
The era for fighting is over. We don't have time to fight. I mean, we can fight for those who are just doing the greenwashing, but for those who are trying to do the right thing, we have to work together because we don't have time. Right, so this is the urge that I want to put in people's minds. Like, we have to work together for scale. And the way to get scale is work with the mainstream corporations, with finance people. It's like, this is the education journey that we have to step into. It's a very uncomfortable space, of trust building, which is incredibly difficult, but that's the space that we have to step in. So I want to put that in. And then the third thing is about the vision, right? Why am I involved in the bioeconomy discussion? It's because I really care about nature. Like for me, the future will be bio-based. That's the only way to go, right? But it's not, it has to be a bio-based future that delivers all the things that we care about. So all the social environmental benefits needs to be there. The money needs to channel on the ground and not stay with the lawyers, right? And it is also something that inspires us and give us aspiration to keep on stepping into this uncomfortable space of trust building and collaboration. So I just want to leave that for us to think about, like whatever we implement now, there is a North Star of where we're trying to do, where nature and climate is the same thing. And nature, climate and fairness is the same thing.
Muito bom. Então, assim, também essa questão de criar confiança, isso não é qualquer coisa.
Yes, building trust is not a small task. We're very far from it, including in the COP. I think your point's very important. It's not just trust among countries, but also bring private sector.
Chatham House. So there is a geopolitical angle, which I completely forgot. So we were just preparing for 2040, sort of looking ahead. I'm going to leave a data for you guys to think about. Next year, 2024, there are going to be 70 plus elections around the world. Think about what does it mean in terms of international cooperation, right? So what kind of cadence, if at all, if we're going to have 70 plus elections around the world, given that we have crises ahead of us, what does it mean in terms of trust building? What does it mean in terms of stepping beyond country interest? So, you know, it's going to be fun. It's going to be a bumpy ride, but hopefully we can get there.
Muito bom. Marcelo, pensando justamente agora esse
Marcelo, thinking about this connection between international and national, Brazil is in the presidency of the G20 and it's going to be the host of the COP30. And Brazil in the leadership, it should lead through the example so that they have very serious examples to show, not just in terms on climate, but nature-based solutions. And I know that we are very focused on energy, but we need to remove greenhouse gas emissions and we need to work at everything at the same time. So how do you think these next 2 years are going to be like? We'll have several ideas, projects and business models. The world won't be very easy to work in, but we will need to be the country that builds bridges. So we have a huge responsibility here. I think that apart from that, we will have to offer clear, concrete and short-term products. Under my nature finance hat, the most important role that we've got is to recognize that rich countries in terms of nature have a poor economy, and those countries who have a rich economy, they are poor in terms of nature. But without money, we can't resolve the climate change. So the G20 meeting connected to COP30 is the greatest opportunity to attract an economic perspective where nature is seen as an asset. And I'm using the word asset, trying to respect culture, access, and all the consensus that the society will define in terms of how nature will be put on the table. But I mean, bringing wealth to the ground. Itaúsa is betting not only in investing in studies, so we have data, evidence, and science to the dialogue, but also in the adaptation discussion. This is an agenda that is not talked about so much. We talk a lot about mitigation, But we are talking about this because we see countries making agreements with other countries, and they are discussing where they're going to take their population because a few islands will not survive in this world that is above 1.5 degrees in terms of temperature and can't go beyond 2. Itaúsa is looking at 3 large transitions: use of soil, feeding systems, energy transition, and urban systems transition. And the question that remains is, how are we going to generate data that the financial sector can use in order to transform in investments and actions, quality data that reflect not just risks, but also opportunities? Well done. I think we're going to stop right on the dot. Great panel. Just to remember everything that was discussed, we know a lot is happening already. This is important in Leo's and Puga's presentations. These are small things, but it's something that is showing it has a place and it's bringing some results. It's a responsibility in the next 2 years to make this happen. But we also have a rhetoric responsibility, and also in terms of taxonomy, regulation, and provides more certainty to the market of opportunities, working with the perception that we are talking about a new economy and not just the climate agenda. I think we should all work together in this. I'd like to thank you once again, particularly Leo, for putting this panel here. It's great to see friends here and there. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.